then let's get started. We need to complete this trial. This trial is a bit of a bitch. I can't help but think that this is the last case, but I don't know.
Hey Siri, set a 4.5 minute timer.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, starting now.
24th of October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Holmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. I feel like you would hate Mr. Holmes in this game.
Me?
Yeah. He's illogical,
Oh dear.
but he's funny.
That seems to be very against the character.
I think that's the joke. Is it not really funny? No? Why is it not funny? I'm so funny. I'm hilarious.
Are you in your hilarious?
I am hilarious. Totes hilarious. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Ah, the professor. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Ah, of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. And then he's laughing. Okay, Mr. Holmes. As it turns out, Lord Van Zeeks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dark. Oh, you would love Susato, though.
Oh, yeah?
She's so cute, but she's also very logical, and she helps you out a lot.
She's pretty cute.
She is pretty cute. She works with you. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe. I'm going to call her Dr. Scythe. I feel like that's much more appropriate for the character that she is. And Lord Van Zeeks. Considering that she's a coroner, it seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Yes. In fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Oh, bless his heart. Excuse me. I knew it was her. I knew it. Ah. Dr. Scythe. Now, she's very pretty. She has mummy vibes.
Ooh.
Yeah. Guess what she is?
What?
A coroner. Called Dr. Scythe. Just a tiny bit on the nose, yes. Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, née Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Holmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. Love you so much.
You have a good swim.
Have a good work. And have a good lunch. Oh, and enjoy the Welsh cakes. So, love you too. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. Ew. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Ooh, drama. Why won't it be possible? Why won't it be possible? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. He's forbidden it? Ooh, Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. I love her and all, but very sus. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. What's the Pandora's box? Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern. I assure you, when the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. Ooh, that's quite good advice. Thank you. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. All right, I understand. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Good, I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Holmes's caramel. Sounds delicious. What did that warning from Mr. Holmes really mean, I wonder? Who knows? Who knows indeed? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. Let's go. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Let's go. Let's go, let's go, let's go, go, go. 24th of October, 12:40 p.m, the Old Bailey courtroom. That wax model just gave me a jump scare. Jesus. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defence's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tussbells? Oh, yes, so this is the day where we get to cross-examine the witch Madame Tussbells, who owns the wax museum and does all the wax models. Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well, bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tussbells to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Let's go. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Is that meant to be Sherlock Holmes? Oh, that's pretty good. State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tussbells. I am a waxwork artisan and a proprietress of the Madame Tussbells Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. We love her. We love her. I hope she's not sus. But then again, everyone here is sus. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand that it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odi Asman. Oh, but of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? Yes. Yes, I want to. Oh, I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. Yeah, everything about the killer, the professor, mass murderer, the professor, was strictly confidential. Even the records that we got about the professor, its identity is just a lot of question marks. So everything was confidential. but why was it confidential? We don't know. So that is very intriguing. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. But why, though? There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. I don't know what that means. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. There's principles? What principles? Yeah, what principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the facade, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspel's waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspel's family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Which queen? The French queen or our queen? Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine side. Which queen? A century ago. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. Well, we haven't seen it, have we? We Tuspels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? The true facade of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspel special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave. It is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, Madame, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. All right, let's go. Let's go. We even have the key. Wait, can we... The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London. Wait, did she give us the key? She did not. Okay, so we can't open the helmet. No one can open the helmet. It is absolutely forbidden. Okay, then. An impression of the facade was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Well, shit. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this? I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family has celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster? Now, the reason why Van Zieks is so upset about this, just a reminder, is because the professor, the mass murderer, killed his older brother, who was also a prosecutor, 10 years ago, along with 4 or 5 other victims that came from aristocracy or royalty. And so that's why the professor was hanged. He was hanged. I thought he was guillotined. Not. He was hanged. So normally I would be against him and be like, we are not opening this helmet to see the face, but one, it's the law. They want to keep it as confidential as possible. Why? I don't know. And two, it probably is traumatizing for Van Ziek. So naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures. She's gonna get fucking shat on. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madame. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumours in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. She kept that! She kept it! To be fair, my mom kept like newspapers about Charles and Diana being married. Like, this was in the 80s, so I had to throw all of that stuff out. Why would you keep older newspapers? I got no idea, but hey ho. Ooh, that's creepy. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. So this is a 10-year-old article, a newspaper article recounting a tale of an eyewitness to the alleged resurrection of the professor from his grave on the night of his execution. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? I'm surprised people don't link that someone stolen a model from one exhibit to use it to destroy the other exhibit. So many exhibitions going on around that time. That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. Let's go. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Okay, I can't do cross-examinations, but here we go. Let's go. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumour that shocked society in London.
Hold it!
Hold it! And that rumour would be a 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget. Right, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, the story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumour was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab, covering his tomb, and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. Wait, a gunshot? The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. We've heard that before. And it turned out to be true. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? Oui, the special exhibit was modelled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madame, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? So Susato said that may happen, but not as a zombie. The person might still be alive. It is not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? "10 years ago, I was there in Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you." So the guy was really dead. The man was dead. I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Wise words. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tusbel's family principles.
Hold it!
Is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then? It is. Assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know. Wait, what? What sort of letters? Yeah, what sort of letters? When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me. Comme ça. No. My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even. Something quite disturbing under all that, because nothing says hardened criminals are criminal better than wax. And it is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I referred to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor, whose form you claim to have captured by taking impression from the actual corpse. There are no exceptions to the principles of Tusbel's. Well, shit! I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mould for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Do we know this gravedigger? I don't think so. This was 10 years ago. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? And he said it in court, no less. It would seem the proprietress of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tusbel's Museum. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. I presume it means rise to the fame of Tusbel's Museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret. I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread very carefully, madame. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? Oh, she's soaking it all up, isn't she? So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Have you had lunch?
Sorry about that, was talking to someone. Alright. So 10 years ago, on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse? Oui. Exactement. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Ooh. Hold it! Hold it! You were there longer than you expected to be? I mean, surely it takes so long to sculpt somebody. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. This is terrifying! Jesus! Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxed and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh wait, we're talking about the dead body? Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. Oh, she has an assistant. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why? Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? No, rigor mortis. It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when the body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. I mean, quite interesting. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. And then she probably starts with the face first to get that perfectly sculpted face while the jaw is stiffened, I presume. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. Not for the fact that there is a body of a mass murderer's jaw falling off. No, 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 no! Ugh, it's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspels. Is it significant though? Let me have a look. Is it significant? What does this autopsy say? Ooh, it might be significant. Maybe. I don't know. But why is it significant? We're gonna pick wait and see. I think I'd rather pretend I didn't hear any of those grim details and try to forget all about it. Thank you, madame. Please continue. Certainly. So, you comprehended a tour of the process now, and why it took me so long that night. Okay. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. Okay, so that was the fourth comment that I pressed. We're going to press that again and pick its significant, but I want to press this statement first. You say that dawn was approaching? What was the time of day then, approximately? Well, I could not say, but when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th of June, which had the earliest sunrise of that day, of that year. That would make sense. Yeah, June would always have the earliest sunrise. And the latest day. There is always a date. There is always a date around summer where there's the earliest morning and the latest day. Indeed it did. First light would have been at around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early. The fact is I had very little time, so I finished my work in a half hour. It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry. Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now too? I am seeing Mr. Holmes. You certainly appear to go to extraordinary lengths for your work, madame. I wonder, is what she just said particularly significant? Sure, we'll say it's significant. Madame, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madame. With pleasure, my lord. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Okay, there was another statement that was significant as well. So let's press her on that statement. Did you have reason to believe you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden too, then? I had already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? She's very mysterious. The sunrise was at 4:40 AM that day, which means that it would have been around 4 when you began your sculpting work. Yes. Oui, that must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the Professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the Professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the Professor as well. So we press these. I want to press the fourth statement.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. So this is the one where we're talking about rigor mortis. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. I miss my preferred window of time. I want to know who her assistant is. Until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? So this is where we're talking about rigor mortis. I want to say that is significant because it could be significant to the body. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death and it starts in the jaw. It is very difficult to do my work. Ugh. It's significant. Rigor mortis that you just shared with us. Would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. Ah, Sasato, I see what you did there. Oh, so cute. This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Oh, but I love creepy dark jokes. Madame, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis.
Hold it!
Rigor mortis being the phenomenon you described whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death? I think you said that it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death, is that right? Oui, c'est ça. Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No, that is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it, but maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about forensic science. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Oh dear. I'll do my very best. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, and I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Okay, so we have pressed every statement, so that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Drebber's plan. Now, if that's really true, then the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that waxwork must be a clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree. But interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all of this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Not giving me much to go on. I'm gonna save this. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. We already know there's a key. I think it's one of the last statements that I should... It took me a very long time because it was before the onset of rigor mortis. I hurried to finish my work in the half hour before sunrise, then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. I mean, it's really hard to tell with the chin. Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. Something's not quite right. No wonder it... think I found out. Because he was hung at midnight. The professor was hung at midnight, so the rigor mortis would have set in at 3 a.m., not 4 a.m. No wonder he's already dead. No wonder the jaw was falling off. And I wonder... This is probably very out there, but I wonder if... No. Courtney was still a coroner 10 years ago. I don't think she was a... I thought, for a second now, I thought the coroner, Courtney, would be Madame Tuspel's assistant. But no, she was still a coroner 10 years ago, and she was the one who wrote the report about the professor. But I am going to try the rigor mortis statement with the professor one, because he got hanged at midnight, not like 1 a.m.
Objection.
Yeah, I was right. Madame Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, Madame? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. As I thought, yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong. Oh, shit!
Objection.
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. Exactly. That's why we need to get to the bottom of this. Why is the report wrong? Why is the report wrong? In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Berkeley Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... You were moving the jaw with your own hands? Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. We do? We do? What's the... Wait, no. Before we continue, what evidence? What happened that night? We haven't examined the newspaper. Shit, okay. Let's examine. So, okay. Execute criminal returns in the dead of night. Majesty. I love that they mentioned Charles Darwin and Queen Victoria up there. At Lowgate, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced officer a cover of the young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when in the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding around for his life. Mad sheep rampage. The Great Stink. Parliament is to finally address the foul issue. Oh, that was around that time where the sewage was built. Okay, I'm not getting anything here. Can I look at the... Okay. What's it say? To the theatre's owner. Okay, so I'm seeing nothing on the newspaper. I'm not seeing anything. Did we get... No, we didn't get anything from the camera. Jeez. We really need to unlock this. Okay. Okay, let's continue. I have Council, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. We are going to save this because I'm going to get it wrong. Just constantly saving.
We don't have...
Okay, the evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Oh, yeah, the blood. Wait a second. Did Dr. Dripper had... Yeah, he's got a camera. I bet it's something in the camera. It's the only way. Because it's got blood stain, I forgot.
Take that!
Ah.
Objection!
Okay, I'm gonna load up the game. Okay, so it's not the camera, so it must be the helmet. It must be the head. Something happened on that head.
Take that!
Ah.
Objection!
Never mind, that's not correct. So it's not the camera, it's not the helmet. What else could it be? Is there something on the newspaper that I missed?
Take that!
Ah, there is! What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. What did I miss then? Let me have a look. I want to look for myself. Oh, the signature! Asmon! How did I miss that? Oh, the Asmon! Oh look, it's Dreba! Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now? Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. My oui, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any chance, this was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him. Yes, there is a signature! On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. Oops, did not mean to. What? We saw the signature! Why did you put the signature on? Are you suggesting, Cancel, that you've identified the person in question? I did! That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, Counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Asman.
Take that!
I must say, I'm quite staggered by the scene I see before me now, Counsel. That of a young man with his eyes tightly shut, clearly pointing out a person at random. Wait, what? But the signature! At least have the decency to open your eyes and face the result of your blunder, for heaven's sake. Wait, what? And perhaps you should keep your eyes open when you collapse on the bench like that too, for safety's sake. I'll bear it in mind. Wait, no, hang on a second. We're loading back. But we saw the signature of the picture, so the other person I could think of...
Take that!
The other person I could think of is a...
Objection!
It's the coroner. Odie Asman. Wait, unless I missed something here. Unless it's someone who fired the gun.
Objection! Objection!
Oh, they're talking about Drebber. I was looking at the signature, not the picture of the witness. That was me being an absolute idiot. I was looking at the signature. But we'll keep that signature in mind. But yes, we did identify that witness. It was Drebber. They're talking about that witness. Okay, where is Drebber? It's him.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tusbell's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. That was my bad. I was looking at the signature, but Odie Asman's signature on the photo though. Order, order, order. Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there in Lowgate Cemetery? What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tusbells doesn't know, does she? She does not. Yes, it's extremely significant, Madame. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. But that would mean... Madame Tusbells, it would appear you know the name, Enoch Drebber. Oh, she does? Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my. Good gracious! I wonder if he was the gravedigger that she was talking about. Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes. Yes, of course. Is this another cross-examination? No. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber. He was a university student. Wait, he was a university student 10 years ago. Our defendant, Professor Harebrain, and Lord Van Zeeks were also university students 10 years ago. A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable. When I read that article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote. That was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today, even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. So the guy was buried alive? The professor was buried alive? Ugh! But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. This is all too much. This is all too much. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Let's go. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? She did. Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that. More than Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, he's conflicted. He's definitely conflicted. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. What? Why? But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
Oh, he's saying he wants Dr. Scythe to come in. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Oh, this shall be interesting. Order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiffs, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. That was a scammer. Nope, don't like that. If they went... Okay, so, retrack. We are going to be cross-examining Dr. Scythe and Dr. Drebber, Mr. Drebber. But before we do... I would like some lunch because I'm starting to get very hungry. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. All three of them. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Damn right, Van Zeeks. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Tusbel's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially not after all these years. He was a research student at the University of London, was he? And a bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. I hate that laugh so much. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are 10 years later and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank, I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. Why is Scythe looking at him? Interesting. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Right, I'm going to use this time to have a break and have my lunch because I'm starting to get very hungry. Maybe get some tea as well. I suggest you guys do the same. Go get some food, go get a drink, go have lunch, go to the loo, stretch your legs and things like that. We'll get some music on. And yeah, I shall see you guys in a little bit. Oh, hello. We are back. I hope everyone had a lovely break. Have your tea and your food and went to the loo and stretch your legs and things like that. And we can begin doing this cross-examination of Drebber and Dr. Scythe. Let's go. I want to hear what they have to say about all this. Jesus. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Do you believe that? Do you believe that? Do you believe that he was just going to go to the cemetery for moonlighting? You could do moonlighting, walking under the moonlight, anywhere. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realised that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it is all because of that newspaper article. Oh. Wait a minute! You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead. But, so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly, yes. Oh, he's really annoying me! If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Dr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument? Fuck! Tell me, witness. You claim to have been in a cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? Good question, Judge. Good question. Good question. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Drebber? That's right, grave robbing, to be precise. Isn't that illegal? As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. Yeah, you know, we gathered. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Yeah, but even if they're convicts, it's still illegal to grave rob. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. So black market too? Jesus! Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge just on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name, the Repurposers. Purposes? God, what an awful name. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. I don't think you have suffered enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace, so to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. So that's why it was autographed. It was a sketch. And it was Oddie Asman. I didn't know he was we didn't know he sketched it, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. fuck. Okay. We are going to save this in case it's gone tits up. Are we ready? In the cemetery 10 years earlier. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Hold it! Hold it! By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. I mean, you were holding a spade? A shovel? The lantern and spade. Spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. That is true. Professor Harebrain did say that, so we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital by some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a serious crime, truly. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. Ah, see what you did there, Van Seeks. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Harebrain said exactly the same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behaviour. Well, if you wanted to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night.
Hold it!
The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. He was probably seeing things as well, but at the same time, the professor was probably not dead and was buried alive. I was shaking like a leaf, but they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets. And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me in my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor, because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate then? Well, thinking back now, I realise that I never actually saw the professor at all, though. Then what do you think you saw? What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison. So it was renowned among us, the students at the university, for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. The camera! I wish there was something in that camera. Ooh. He did have a camera. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show he really did see the professor? Wish we could get the camera. If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. That has blood on it. So this was the third statement. We'll press the others to see what he says. But yeah, we're going to try to present the camera to that third statement. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Who was Tuspels. That young woman being Madame Tuspels, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained. Wait! 10 years ago! You were 16! When you were doing this? You telling me you saw a decomposing dead body in the middle of the night in the graveyard, fumbling with its jaw while sculpturing it in half an hour, paid the grave digger to help you, and then you, at the age of 16, that's right? 26, yeah, she was 16. Hi, Sharky. Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? We are cross-examining Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. As I have explained, thank goodness I went by the name published in the article, and, Consa, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. Good, what about you? I'm doing really good. I just had lunch, so I'm feeling energized. I got my tea. Yes, that's the hot witch. So she's a model. She's not a model. She's not a model. She makes wax models in the Wax Museum. There we go. The article in the Daily Circus, I think you said, I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. Is she as stupid as the other witnesses? No, she's been tremendously helpful. So she told us that she was present 10 years ago of the professor's execution and was modeling the body and the face. Now, while the face remains confidential nationally, even in the report, it's confidential. She says that she actually saw Professor's identity and sculpted it on that model, which is currently being hidden in a helmet. And she's got the key to unlock the helmet if we ever do see the face. So, yeah, she was tremendously helpful. However, and she also explained rigor mortis to us. Thank you, Tuspels. That's very... Ugh. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. I would date her. I would date her too. She's very pretty. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I don't know. If I was heavily traumatized thinking that a body resurrected out of the grave, I wouldn't want a waxwork of it. But then again, £5 was it was a lot of money back then. Very intelligent too, yeah, she was very intelligent. Yvette, didn't he say that the reason why his hair is white is because from intense shock of seeing the professor resurrected? So why would he want a wax model of it and relive the events again if it heavily traumatized him? I wouldn't want to see wax model scene of something that traumatized me. That would be, I don't know. That's weird. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. I'm sure you see her again. There you go, she is. Oh, oui, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. N'est-ce pas? Oh, also she's French. It's the eyes. I think the red eyes make her hot. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madame? Oh, and mysterious. Yes, she's very mysterious. His camera! Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. So we do have his camera. His camera that was portrayed on his waxwork model, actually. But it doesn't have a print. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I am very meticulous about such details. It is the Tuspel's way. No, she's not involved in the murder. What she likes to do is that she likes to go and see actual dead bodies during their rigor mortis stage, so she can do a sculpture wax model of them in high level realistic detail. That's what she does. And so she's important because she was present 10 years ago at the professor's, the mass murderer, the professor, not the professor that we're defending, executions. So she knows the identity of the professor, and nobody does because it's confidential. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. So the actual camera that Mr. Drebber had with him in a cemetery 10 years ago, when the lens is extended, dark staining can be seen on the bellows. So we need to show that on his third statement. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip that night after night, I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. I mean, no, you were grave robbing. It's illegal. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. And having been run out of university, you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic. Oh yeah, he did. I forgot about that. To create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology. And he used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? Which university was it that he went to? It doesn't say. It doesn't say which university he went to. I wonder if he went to the same university as Lord Van Zeeks and Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes it does. At University of London. I wonder if that has a connection. Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it would expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. Sorry, I'm gonna itch. If Drebber and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead, as he allegedly claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Which is the camera. Let's put... I kind of want to save this first before presenting it in case it's wrong, but I don't think it's wrong. I think it's perfectly fine. So let's present the camera.
Objection.
Oh, the camera is incorrect. But he did see the professor. And they said that we have to present something in that statement. The only thing I can think of is the helmet. It's the face. But how would that prove that he saw it? This is the camera. We checked the camera, there was no print inside. Maybe it's a newspaper again? But then again, it's just a newspaper. Huh. Okay, so it's not the camera. How? Let's press him again. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Berkeley Prison, so it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You'd have to be unhinged to think otherwise, unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. So this a guy.
Yeah.
There is a newspaper.
Yeah.
Showing that he had seen a convict killer 10 years ago being resurrected at night, and that he saw it. But now he's saying, and he told the newspaper this 10 years ago that he saw that while he was grave robbing. Yeah. But now he's saying that he has not seen it, and that he was just scared of being in a graveyard for some odd reason. And now we have to prove that he did actually saw the professor.
Okay, what have you got?
So we got today's newspaper about Great Exhibition. These is from today's case.
A diagram showing the relative positions of the crystal tower and the machine that exploded. That doesn't seem relevant.
No, this is a material from the balloon. I feel like
what balloon?
For the Great Exhibition. So this is about this case, not the case 10 years ago. The case from 10 years ago, I think, goes from the camera to this newspaper from 10 years ago.
Well, hang on, but so you're saying he got resurrected. How did he die?
He got hanged.
He got hung. So his death hasn't got nothing to do with the balloon.
No.
Okay. What's the one next to it? I want to see everything.
You want to see everything?
Yeah, just start from here.
Okay, so first off, this is a newspaper. This is a sketch.
That's a sketch, yeah. Not a photo.
It's a sketch, not a photo. But it's signed by the victim.
The zombie?
No. This is signed by the person who died in the exhibition right now.
Okay. I got you.
This is the contract.
Okay, that doesn't prove anything.
No. From the victim to the engineer.
What's the other one?
This is the whole of the invention at the Great Exhibition.
Okay.
Now, this is the killer's autopsy report. There's just one problem. his identity is, what's the word? Is under confidentiality, national confidentiality, so no one knows what he actually looks like. The only person...
Have you tried using this?
I have not, no.
That seems like a good shout.
I'll give it a go.
Because nobody knows what the professor... Oh, hold on, are we trying to prove that he did or he didn't see the professor?
That he did see the professor coming out of the grave.
Oh, that's annoying, because I think that report might prove the opposite, because nobody knows what the professor looks like, so you couldn't know who was...
The only person who knows what the professor looks like is the witch that does wax models, because what she does is that she loves to show wax models of horrific crime scenes. So she likes to see dead people under rigor mortis to model after. So she saw the professor after he was hanged.
Well, that's not the right statement to present to the doctor.
No, I'm just looking to examine. It's just there's this camera, but it has no print in it. This is the camera.
Dark staining can be seen on the photo.
I tried the camera, it did not work.
Yeah.
I was thinking of this. This is the waxwork professor head, and it had to be hidden in that helmet because his identity has to be confidential under the law.
What's the glass?
The glass is. This is the glass from the Crystal Tower that was found in the model of the professor, wax model of the professor.
What are the photographs that you've got?
So we got, this is the picture of Drebber.
Yeah.
This is him.
Yeah, so he's got a monocle with some glass in it.
He does. People.
It's not the glass that you found under the thing.
No, because that glass is thick. It's a Crystal Tower glass.
Okay. What's the other photo?
This is of this is a view. So there was a little boy who took a picture of this from the hot air balloon.
I think the only thing you've got is the autopsy report, maybe.
I can definitely do the autopsy report. Oh god, what am I doing? I could definitely have a go. I have saved this, so give it a go. I need to go back to the statement though. It doesn't go back, it constantly goes forward. American claim. I wonder if that is because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Scythe's past that she would desperately want to hide. Which is quite interesting because she's the one who wrote that report about the professor, except she wasn't married at the time. It was under another surname.
She wrote the autopsy report?
For the professor, yeah. But it turned out to be a lie.
Well, seems like a good shout to me.
Mm-hmm.
Thought I would try it.
Let's try it.
Love you.
Love you too. Were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Shall we try the autopsy report? Let's go. We need to go back to the third statement. Since the camera does not work. Let's go.
Objection.
It did not work. The other one I thought of is the head. The other thing I'm thinking of is the head. Let's try the head this time. Now I'm just thinking I should use every single evidence.
Objection.
It's not that. I feel like I'm not seeing what I meant to see. Let's try that again. This is the newspaper. That's another thing. What's this? We could try the newspaper again, but I don't see how that is. But it does say that there was a gunshot rang behind him. That's another thing I could think of. Otherwise, I got no idea.
Objection.
The newspaper.
Oh, did you get it?
Yeah, it was a newspaper.
I was going to say, because I thought I was about to ask you to show me it again, because I was like, is he wearing a mask in that drawing?
Wait, what? He is? Hang on a second. Who's wearing a mask?
The professor! It's got like bolts on it.
It does.
This is an iron mask.
We just assumed that he was wearing an iron mask when he got executed.
Right, but if he was wearing an iron mask, then he doesn't know.
Then he doesn't know what he looks like.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb.
Got that.
Thank you! Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb wearing an iron mask. Ah, that was Bertie telling us about. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... So he did see it. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration. Order, order. Well, Mr. Drebber, what you got to say about it then? It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. I mean, yes, it's about a dead murderer coming back to life from the grave. So, yes, it's a vile scene. I'll say it's a vile scene. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're still saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. This is why I hate Drebber. Drebber is so annoying. What I in fact witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work. We don't know who the grave robber is. Repress him. Hold it! A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during dissections. I can believe that. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity. Wouldn't you say?
Objection.
Yeah, objection. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in a cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Ah, yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. Oh, this is the witch! Oh, she's unhappy! Oh, excuse me! Madame Tussbells! Don't take it out on Mr. Holmes. Poor Mr. Holmes. Oh la la, pardon? Pardon, I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madame, what are you talking about? He's unhappy! Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory... Oh, you met him? You recounted to me about your adventures in... Oh, yeah, she did met him. Because she wanted to model him. Okay, fair enough. You recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. Is he threatening her? Oh, no, 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 no. We will not let anyone threaten her.
Objection.
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Damn right, Van Zieks. Grrr. Please, Madame Tussbells, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort. No, you are very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Tussbells, you are beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful lady. Ah, guess where we found the blood? On the camera that Drebber used to take pictures of the bodies in the cemetery that very night. What's he going to say? No? Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making all this up! Oh, is she now? That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You are aware you're in a courtroom, you know. You refute the account just given by Madame Tusbells? I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. We know what to present now. Presenting the camera that has the blood on it. But we'll press him on this statement as well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Lies and slander. We know this. You know this. I know this. The lawyers knows this. The prosecution knows this. The judge knows this. The witch knows this. Everyone knows this. He is a liar. But we'll press him. See what he's got to say about that. Yet Madame Tusbells has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Come on, Van Zeeks. You were on my side a minute ago. Come on. Come on. Well, tell me, Madame Tusbells. Oui? What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Oh, Lord, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at that time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely. And I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. Fuck off. I hate this guy so much. He's clearly lying. If only I had some evidence to prove it. You do. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. We got the camera that has the blood on the barrel. So I think it's this one? The fourth statement? We need to go back. What's Drebber up to? So his circumstances has changed. They definitely have changed. It definitely changed. So we're going to show the camera, the bloody camera, on the fourth statement. The one who says that there is no blood splatter. There we go. It's this one.
Objection!
Objection! Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. It is, Tusbells. It is, madame. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There, just on the bellows. Ah, I see you noticed, Van Zeeks. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not its blood is at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspels' testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Aha! Well done, Tuspel, you beautiful, beautiful woman. You practically saved us all the trouble. Well, and that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Ah! I want him to pass out from shock and anger. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection.
But why? Why would he want to do that? Good question. Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. To protect the coroner. My goodness, he's shielding someone? Yes, my lord, and clearly it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Because the coroner wrote the report incorrectly. To be fair, it is about time the defense caught a break. Too true. The defense is like on it. He is on it. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Again, I'm going to save in case I'm wrong, but I say it was the coroner. Ha! Scotland Yard coroner. Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Yes. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? It's her. Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? Saying that he wasn't executed properly. He was hanged, but he wasn't hanged properly. He was probably unconscious and out of breath. And then by the time that they buried him, they actually buried him alive and that he was actually alive. Jesus! And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. No, he didn't say that. He's hinting that the execution wasn't done properly. Yes, that's exactly what it... Oh, he did actually mean that. Okay. I just assume he means that the execution wasn't done properly and that he was just unconscious. It is exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, but not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. Wait, there is? If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with a waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, we got her. We got her. The leg is up. The leg is up. Lord Van Zeeks is not having it. Lord Van Zeeks, he hasn't done that in a while, actually. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. I mean, they're all pretty extortionate, not gonna lie. I see what you're saying. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. Who pulled the trigger? Who pulled the trigger and disposed the body? That is true. The evidence? What about the evidence? We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, we don't particularly have any evidence to see who pulled the trigger. The Old Bailey is in no place for wild fantasies. Ugh. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? We're not coercing her to do anything if she'd done it. It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who'd already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? Ah! You are incorrect, good sir, because on the newspaper there is a picture. There is a drawing with the victim's signature on it. And it is the same signature. It's the exact same signature that was on the contract. So, fuck you, Drebber. We hate you. Or are you forgetting that his death results in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway, which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this charade. Are they losing their patience? I think they're pretty much enjoying the show. Particularly juror number 2. We met juror number 2, right? The fangirl who loves seeing who gets giddy of seeing possible relationships with one person and the other between two people. Yes, her. I bet she's just enjoying the show with a cup of tea. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? The predator's like, oh no, not again. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? I don't think he gives a shit, but hey. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet, and I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. The signatures. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. So I think we need to show the newspaper and the contract because both of them has Asmund's signature. The 10-year-old article, I shall show. Look, here it is. Asmund's signature. He's the one that did the drawing. And the contract, the exact same signature. But I'm going to save because I'm still not highly confident. I'm surprised no one saw this. It's pretty... The signature is pretty out there and it does say Asmund. Well, whatever. We'll give it a try.
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. You mean nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence... It will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the dead. The signature.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. I was right. We are getting through this like house on fire. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odi Asmund. Spit it out, fool! It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract? This signature! Let's go.
Take that!
He didn't need the money because of the witch. Yeah, she paid him £5 to be her model for the wax model. What these 2 pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Yeah. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Good Lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odi Asman. Yes, the passing out, yes.
Objection.
Get fucked. But explain to the court why. I don't know. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Case almost finished? I hope so. It looks like it's about to finish. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. What's that got to do with anything? The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with a bad grade, so to identify me unambiguously, I might add. He was a witness to the so-called resurrection. He was. Drebber is, yeah, definitely. But that newspaper gave him really bad rep. He was expelled from university because he was caught grave robbing. You see. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. For revenge? Most likely. It sounds like it's for revenge. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. Your entire life. So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows, and all because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough! We got him. We got him. He still seems unfazed, though. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypotheses anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could never hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you always mad? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? Yeah, saving this. Because I got no idea. Is it the newspaper again? You mean the big machine? But how do we prove that? What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lack talent? I mean, it's obvious he didn't lack talent. He built the machine and followed the blueprints. No. Ah, it's the treasure. A Royal Society trophy for excellence in science that was found in Mr. Drebber's workshop. It's a very prestigious reward for a young scientist. This one.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. It is a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? Yes. What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Did our defendant steal his hypotheses? No, the big machine, that's our defendant's hypotheses. What Mr. Drebber does is just follow the blueprints to build the machine. He's just an engineer. But no, our defendant did not steal the hypotheses. No one's hypothesis. It was his hypothesis. Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. However, Drebber did sabotage the invention by putting conjuring tricks. Considering he's both a scientist and a magician, he knows how to sabotage it exceedingly well to ruin the invention, because he's a little salty. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is, finally he's going to fold. He's going to have a breakdown. Yes, Sasato can sense it. He's going to have a breakdown. She's fearing for her life. Oh, who said hold it? Coroner. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was cursed into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. Good Lord! Oh, she's admitting everything! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman? I thought we were respecting women, Van Zeeks. It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. Jesus. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. To be fair, this is really creepy, just as a whole. My heart would stop if I saw this too. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Ooh. We didn't see that. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. She's going to lose her job. She's probably going to prison. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. You know what? So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. She has, like, no regrets. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing at all. Jesus Christ, this man is hard to break. Oh my God, the echo! The echo! I need to figure out why it's echoing. There we go. So, he still admits to nothing. Why? Why? Why isn't he admitting it? God damn. Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. Ugh. I hate Drebber, he's so annoying! Order, order, order! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. Oh, the long braid. I really love the long braid. The long braid is so cute. I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. Let's go! This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. I feel like everyone forgot that. Very true. It had slipped my mind! Oh dear! Oh dear! The fact that your friend, your university friend, is a defendant and is being accused of murder, it slipped your mind, has it, Van Zeeks? Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean? At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Woo! Not guilty! Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. I feel like we have, but but probably in the next case. I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Who is the assistant? We still don't know. He's still wearing a mask and... He's still wearing the mask and the cloak. So no one knows. Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... Immediate adjudication? If the judge gives his verdict now, Professor Harebrain will be found not guilty without any doubt. Is something troubling you, perhaps? Yes, but it's probably nothing. In the antechamber during the recess earlier, I did give Mr. Holmes my word though, didn't I? I told him I'd pursue any doubts I had about the truth to the absolute last. If you gave Mr. Holmes your word, then it most certainly isn't nothing, and it means there's only one right answer here. Oh, okay, so my opinion didn't matter. Yes, you're right. I don't know why I was ever wavering.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time. My lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. It didn't matter. He's still going to say, let's do the testimony anyway, so it don't matter. It don't matter what you choose. You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume? What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruto, what exactly are you thinking? Yeah, what are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. I think everyone is saying that, not just the judge. I'm saying that. They're like, what? And a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. I mean, he did say that, and I completely forgot. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Judge is hotter than an erupting volcano, I think. Yeah, I won't be surprised if his vein would burst. I'm sure Mr. Holmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. So we're doing one final testimony? Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Obviously. Obviously. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? Ooh, this is the end. This is the... Hello, Calico. Welcome to the stream. This is the final testimony of this case. About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber. In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Also, hello, Calico. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, lovely? I hope you're having a lovely day. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. I'm good. I'm listening while at work. I hope work is going well for you, Calico. How are you? I am doing good. I'm starting to get tired though, which I shouldn't because I got boxing and fitness this evening. But yes, I am good. I am good. The witch is just silent. The witch is like, what the fuck is going on here? How am I involved in this shit? Oh, poor witch. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination. Pray forgive my careless handling of that hallowed bottle I slipped. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks, let's go. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You what? Lord Van Zeeks. The witness can't deny the prosecution. Whose witness is this? It's the prosecution's witness, so no, she can't deny it. Ha ha ha! If the prosecution says speak, then thou shalt speak. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. I feel bad. Isn't she the mother? She could get in a lot of trouble. Where's her daughter gonna go? It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. I'm surprised the audience in the stands hasn't erupted yet. Yeah, I mean, I think they stay silent because they're so enthralled by what's happening in front of them. If you mean the audience, do you mean the jury? I'm surprised that the jury has stayed silent. Like, Jesus, I forgot what the jurors looked like apart from juror number 2. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems. And all meticulously prepared, you did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption! Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions, and they didn't question it? Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. I mean, it's pure evil, isn't it? She's hiding something. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Right, let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket.
Hold it!
Hold it! From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse has bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So, as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? Under the stage, in the stage, the actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. How did she get the body? How did she get the body from under the stage to the Crystal Tower super quickly, even if it's with the investigation team?
Hold it!
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified... I am back. But why is the music stopped? That's weird. Why is the music stopped? I wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. No! The game crashed! No! Why did the game crash? Wait. Hang on a second. I can do this. Ah, there we go. I will open it again. Not that far back. We should be fine. But did the mic disconnected affect the So this is where we are. We're not that bad. But that was so annoying. Okay, I'm just gonna let it autoplay. Luckily that we have autosave. Yeah, I'm lucky we have autosave. Did somebody sub me? No. We went from 4 to 5. Oh, it's probably just me. Okay, never mind. But if somebody did just sub me, thank you. Thank you ever so much for the sub. I much appreciate it. I'm sorry it hasn't been documented. Do.
Objection.
Lord What's His Face is like, no, you shall speak human. Right, let's try and press every statement again and go from there. It was you! Calico! Thank you so much for the sub. I much appreciate it. I'm so sorry. I don't know why it wasn't alerted. Oh my god, Cloudbot likes to have a moment. It does work. Oh.
Lily_Tiger just subscribed.
Pretend that's you, Calico. Again, thank you ever so much for the sub, lovely. I much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. I do hope you enjoyed the sub, the emotes, and the sub badge, lovely. Oh. I'll put autoplay back. I'm going to press every statement again in case it's important to do so. Because when it comes to, even if you present the right evidence to a statement without pressing it, it still won't accept it. So we're going to do that just in case. Fancy says speak or death. You! Cake or death? Cake, please. I hope you guys understand that reference. It's a iconic reference. In the last trial, are we going to be penalized for wrong presses? I don't know. We haven't been penalized for wrong presses in this game yet. In Phoenix Wright you have, but I don't know. It's been very generous. We haven't been penalized for wrong presses. Alright, we'll turn this off. It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. I should probably save. Let's save. Just in case it crashed again. Wait, what? Oh, there we go. I was like, what? Because the penalty bar is there when we're doing cross-examination. Yeah, it's always been there doing the cross-examination. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it? There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I've never heard of this engineer, so no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it. Again, Calico, thank you so much for the sub, lovely. I do very much appreciate it. Thank you. Or the resub. But yes, thank you so much. I apologize. I don't know why Twitch didn't... document it. I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern. I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad you're here too, lovely. And I do hope work is going okay. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. Oh shit, I forgot to... Never mind. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this? I just realized, yeah, because whenever I love trying to do their voices, I do, but it does hurt my throat, so I do end up like using my normal voice to some characters. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes says something along the lines of, particularly of doing a gruff man voice such as the judge, fabricating some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Usman. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Jesus! And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious course of death. It wasn't fictitious. He really did die from stabbing with a screwdriver, surely. Exactly. I'm surprised Hairbrain didn't blurt out when she said ridiculous screwdriver. I don't think now is the time for that. That got dark quickly. It got dark a long time ago. Like, we've been talking about a mass murderer who got hanged that could have possibly came back to life. This is a dark case, and the person who does wax models likes to see dead people through the rigus mortis while doing wax modeling. It's like, Jesus. Where there is darkness, there is fluffy and pink. Not in this case. This case is dark as balls. Like, holy bejesus. To be honest, I'm surprised carriage in McGilded's trial is so small. You mean the omnibus? That's not his personal carriage. That's the public omnibus. If that's what you mean. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. Also, how are you doing, Totes Adorbs? Hello, lovely. How are you doing today? There is Peach in this case, though. Peach? Oh, the witch's hair color? I would call that rose. Light pinky color, I think. Fluffy and pink. How are you? I'm very tired. This case has been crazy. I also love that color. That color's a pretty color. What is it, Mr. Sato? Something about Dr. Scythe's last statement. It's playing on my mind, that's all. Ooh. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony with is the real cause of death. No, we already know what she did to the victim. I feel like we had this discussion before. I would love to, but only as like a seasonal change. I maybe want to dye the model's hair in that color maybe for Valentine's Day. Obviously that won't be until next year, obviously, but maybe I'll think about it. I definitely want to design my model for like seasonal purposes. I do not. That sounds terrible. That sounds terrible, Totes Adorbs. I would not want to be in the VR pods. An eternity of VR sleep? That's death, right? I like to be alive. Thank you. She says that the real cause of death was a trauma to the head. But it wasn't head first. Not if you could dream while in VR sleep, but what if you have nightmares? That still sounds terrible. Just in a circle of nightmares? No, don't like that at all. Well, there's no penalty bar, so whatever I pick, it don't matter. So I do not believe that the real cause of death of the man was a trauma to the head. Particularly that the birdcage fell tail first. So, real cause of death. The real cause of death being the fall of 30 feet. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. Just stop yelling, please. The prosecution concurs. That's still terrible, though. I don't want a machine god. It still sounds terrible. The prosecution concurs. Very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was as a result of a broken neck? Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. She's not innocent though. She's involved with murdering the victim, so no, she's not. Definitely not. As a matter of fact, this is the final testimony where we're trying to figure out how she is involved in somebody else's murder, which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts. Yes, assuming they can be trusted. You don't like people with white hair? How fucking dare you! But white hair is... But I love people with white hair. White hair is so cool. I love white hair. Yeah, I love white hair too. It's a reason why I was mainly attracted to her. I don't think I would look good with white hair. Not gonna lie. But it looks so weird. Why does it look so weird? Lots of people dyeing their hairs with white and or at least platinum blonde at least now, and it always looks so good. White hair or silver hair, at least both of them, they look so good. Also, no, please don't say that, because my hair is starting to turn white. Blonde hair, I'm not a fan of. I don't know why. Maybe because I don't like maybe because I don't like yellow. Yeah. No, okay, Toads Adorbs, she's not. She's really not. She is so not innocent. Oh, salt and pepper, or like black hair that goes grey in undertones. I do love it. I do love that. Oh, Shaka, you don't have to explain if you don't want to, if it's a little bit too blur. Yeah, I don't know what the black badge means. It's a bit odd. There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's get back to the testimony. Very well. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. Mix? What mix? The entire team in perverting the course of justice? The white hair I absolutely love. The black badge, I feel like we've seen that before though. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts. You aid and abet a murderer, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry? Yeah, it's not looking good for you. It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruhodo. You mustn't let her win. I need a lawyer. You are a lawyer. I'll take that silence as tacit acceptance. Now, can we move on? True. I will try and find time to read a book, but it's becoming very, very difficult. I should probably try to get like an hour of reading each day. Yeah. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it.
Hold it!
Oh, she was a lawyer. She was a lawyer for one case, Sharky. She was a lawyer for the first case of the second game. Yeah, if you look at my if you look at my Lily_Tiger streams YouTube channel, I think it's case 6 where Susato was a lawyer, but she had to dress up as a male to be a lawyer because women are not allowed to be part of the courtroom in Japan around that time. I haven't read the book in a long time. I should make some time. The only time I seem to have while reading books is on a plane ride. This is Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is Ace Attorney 2. So the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles has 2 games. I'm trying to figure out what they're called. Let me have a look. So there's Great Ace Attorney and Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So the Chronicles has 2 Ace Attorney games. And we're playing the second part. I thought this is the first game. Nope, the second game. The first game has 5 cases, and I'm sure the second game has another 5 cases, I'm sure. But at what cost? Faith in Scotland Yard is going to suffer a terrible blow as a result of this. And your precious secret is out now anyway. Yes, as you say. And I take full responsibility. Blow me down, Dr. Scythe! Surely there was some other way you could have protected the secret. No, there really wasn't. I've done my utmost, believe me. In many ways, I respect your determination. Oh, I nearly froze under that cold stare as she said that. I do believe she was being genuine though, Mr. Naruhodo. So that's her story. She'd admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there could really be much more to it. Well, I don't know, but I just have a feeling. Do you, Mr. Naruhodo? The truth is, I find it strange too. How those two are reacting to this in completely opposite ways, I mean. One is just smiling and the other smiling evilly. Yeah, that's not the look of an innocent person. And the other just looks so downtrodden. Yes, exactly. For some reason, I feel sure they're still trying to hide something. What are they trying to hide, though? The other's just depressed. The actual body of the victim. as indicated in the notes, was beneath the experimentation stage. Did we press this one? So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then? It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork, wrapped it and sent it by carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such directions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tussbell's. I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage? Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. Ah. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still... I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail. I have to press it again because I've forgotten half of it. Engineer's instructions, in his words, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Harebrain alone could have killed Asmun. And so you went without any of your team to where Asmun had fallen. That's right, yes. If we show the image of the corpse, would that do anything? Probably, but on which statement? We haven't showed the picture of the corpse yet. This one's hard. Far easier than dissection. I'm sorry, no precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. What's that bruise? I can't see out of the ordinary. Probably related to the Crystal Tower incident? I think it's one of the testimonies that she added. Probably related to the Crystal Tower incident? Hang on. I feel like I need to press the third statement again to get the other statement. This one's tough.
Hold it!
So that is a scar. I doubt a scar could be made from a crash like that, though, now that you think about it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. There is no scar on the cheek. It also looks like it's healed, is it? But while he was in the cellar or in the under the stage, there was no bruise on his cheek. I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna save. I am so confused. Is that a shadow or a scar? Well, it looks like a bruise. Oh, I think it's a shadow, actually. We'll have a go.
Objection!
No. It's not that. I'm gonna try the photo again on another statement. Ooh, this one's tough. I don't like it. We'll get her to change her statement.
Hold it!
Oh, this is tough. It's one of those statements. Unless... Hang on, I need to check the autopsy report. Did she say it was a trauma? There's a difference between a trauma and a broken vertebra, right? Okay, leave it as it is. Something about her neck, the neck. What's a neck trauma? Is it broken or just hit? But the report says it was broken. We're gonna...
Objection.
Shit. We did look at all this. It was as a result of a broken neck. Okay, so they mean the same thing. Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know just by looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you? No, that's very true. Obviously not. Assuming they can be trusted. Oh, I think it's the broken neck. How do we prove that? What's a coroner? So a coroner, if, let's say if somebody... Let's say if somebody died of a very violent attack, a coroner would assess the dead body to see what caused those violent attacks, like what weapon, how they do it, and things like that. It's like a like an autopsy, essentially. I wonder... This is gonna sound really, really dumb. What if somebody got confused and thinking that the waxwork body is the victim and think they have the broken neck because of the head wobbling about? Or would that be really stupid? Okay, no, that would be really, really dumb. I'm surprised the birdcage didn't absorb most of the impact. The first birdcage, I wouldn't, I don't think. But the second birdcage that fallen into the crystal tower definitely would. Did we show the photo of this statement?
Objection.
Okay, yeah, I think we did. This is gonna sound really stupid. I'm gonna try the head. If the investigation team got confused between a wax body
Objection.
Okay. No, that's fair. It was worth a shot. Alright, I only got 1 point, so I'm just gonna load.
Hold it.
Wait! I say present birdcage. I just thought of that. Yes, Sharky, because of the tail end. Seems only logical thing left. Yes, because people have been saying that. You're right, Sharky, because people have been saying that he landed head first. He landed head first, and that's how he got the broken neck. So yeah, the birdcage. Let's show him the birdcage. Alright, let's go back to that statement. How could he land head first? The second birdcage from the balloon? landed head first into the crystal tower, but that's the one with the wax model in it. No, the bird cage that the victim was in went down tail first. Let's show the bird cage. We got the first bird cage.
Objection!
It didn't work. Why didn't it work? I'm surprised the wax sculpture wasn't damaged with cracks. With the body, we don't know, but the head wouldn't because it's wearing a helmet. The bird cage didn't work. Good idea. We will have to go back to the other statement. Yeah, let's try the bird cage in the other one. And opened it up. Right, let's change it. Okay. Let's try the bird cage in this statement.
Objection!
Nope.
Objection!
I'm trying every... Yeah, this is really hard. I don't understand. I haven't pressed her in this statement, actually, so I best do that.
Hold it!
Asmund with this. Yes, far easier than this section, I assure you. So no precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given. Yeah, this one's really, really hard. I wasn't expecting it to be so difficult. Why is it so difficult? I don't think it's the screwdriver plunging into the chest. I think that one's really obvious. I think it's the neck snapping, because that was the one that... That was the one that Lord Van Zeeks mentioned of the... Mentions about the evidence. So we're going to change that statement. I'm on the verge of just like trying every evidence that we've got. I'm bored. Same, but I really want to finish this case. The person who made this case has no mercy. Also, help me. Maybe we can just Google. But that seems like cheating. See if we press this. This is the one that... Zeeks mentions we can present it. Capcom? But I'm putting lots of data and letting you do all the work. Fair enough, fair enough. It was completely leveled by a time bomb. The metal floor of the stage has been blown open by the explosion. What if he wasn't died from a broken neck? What if he's died from an explosion? But then he would be blown to bits, right?
Objection!
I'm on the verge of losing it. Right, let's try every... You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna try every evidence. Let's try again. I'm gonna try every evidence. And then once we've found the evidence, we'll be like, what? How?
Objection.
It's not that.
Objection.
It's not that. Just doing guesswork, that is all. Does anyone remember what evidence we presented?
Objection.
It's not that. Ah, who made this? This one's hard. Birdcage corpse post explosion pic. Which one? This one? It won't be a crossbow. I don't think the birdcage was correct. Which one? The wax head? Did we try the wax head? I feel like we've tried the wax head. What's this one? Ah! Have we tried broken glass? No. Broken. Ah! Not tried broken glass. Oh, wait. What's this one? We haven't tried this. You mean this photo? And if so, why? You were talking about the picture of the corpse. Everyone in my office just vacated 1 minute early. That's fair enough. Maybe try broken glass?
Objection.
No, did not work. Why? Did we try the... tried the screwdriver? I'm gonna press this again just in case, but I think the actual not tried screwdriver. Maybe the actual cause of death is her stabbing him, actually stabbing him. I don't think the cause of death was a neck trauma because it fell feet first. I don't know why we can't just go back. And have to go through all this. Oh, you could. Was a flaming projectile? No.
Objection.
The crossbow can't have been the cause of death. That's what I was thinking. Oh my god, if it is, I'm not gonna be happy. We have not tried the...
Objection.
No, it's not the cross. Why doesn't the autopsy say how many times he was stabbed? Because he was only stabbed once. Let's have a look. Hemorrhage of a wound to the chest that pierced the heart, inflicted by a sharp implement. I can't think of... Would that work?
Objection.
Nope. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Should I just Google? I feel like we are. Otherwise, why would she add that statement? How do I check if we're pressing the right statement? We are. All right, I'm gonna Google and see if we've got the right statement. So this is... K3. Alright. Here we go. Google it. So... I'm gonna go through test spells. First statement. Press statement 3 to hear a detailed explanation of Sif's involvement in the crime. When asked which part you want, choose what she did to the victim. It appears that something about this new statement of hers. What she did to the victim. So wait. Oh, that's the one where she's stabbed. We've been pressing on the wrong statement. After all that. So we want the one where she says she was stabbed her. And I accidentally saw what you present.
Hold it!
You present the photograph on the stabbing. I don't think we presented the photograph on the stabbing, now that I think about it. A first guess, but wrong statement. Yeah. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. So we present the photograph of the victim.
Objection!
There we go. We haven't done that one. God damn it. But why though? I'm so confused, but anyway. Oops. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? ISTG the logic? Do you understand the logic? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. That seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Is there? Tell us. I don't understand. Which shows the victim in the bird cage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yeah, what is it? Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Does anyone remember the witness's statement? What did she say? She stand over the toppled cage and plunge it into his chest. Stabbed in the chest? This is the chest.
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends in a downward... Oh, you're joking me! It clearly extends in a downwards direction towards the man's feet. How the bloody hell are we supposed to notice that? How the hell can you... Oh, no, wait. You... It did plunge down a little, but it's hard to notice it. What? And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Ah, of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim. There's even a crack in the wooden block attached to the shoulder blade. Wait, what? Where? There's even a crack in the wooden block next to the bloodstain? Yeah, but barely though. What crack? Because the other blocked wood also has a crack. Also has cracks. Which crack? Let's see what the defense has to say. That the point at which she stole Professor Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim. Was after the grand deception was set in motion, when the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. You mean this wooden block? I can't see any cracks, to be honest. For it to have formed the longitude appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. Yeah, he was stabbed to death. You claim you were cursed into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. I'm sat in my office 15 minutes after closing to see what happens. I gotta go. I'm sorry, I'm keeping you in the work. And the cage didn't land head first. No, it landed feet first. Into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sai's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Oh dear God, I don't know. We know she stabbed the victim. I say, how she was cursed us out of the blue. The autopsy report. I don't know. She was definitely caused. The stabbing of the victim, we kind of know. So the autopsy report? You say that you examined... Yes, great minds think alike, Sharky. You say that you examined the body and wrote this report based on your findings. But that's a blatant lie, isn't it? I'm sorry, but I simply can't fathom what you're attempting to say. The truth is, you had your subordinates do the work for you, and they authored the report. But then you wielded your superiority over them and claimed the credit for yourself. Can you honestly say that's not what happened? Yes, I can honestly say that's not what happened. Well, good. Glad to hear it. What on earth was the purpose of that exchange, Counsel? Well, fuck. I thought we had it. Will this farce never end? Will this case never end? How she was cursed? Dr. Sai, clearly you weren't really cursed by some letter at all. What? If you were, where is the note? Yeah, it's nowhere to be seen. As this may be. So why don't you present it to the court if the assertion vexes you? Obviously, I've already disposed of it, and I'm not vexed in the slightest. Counsel, need I remind you that it was you yourself who established the curse? Oh, yeah. Ah, this is annoying! Ah, this is so annoying! This takes longer than it should! It is why Ace Attorney is so annoying! No, you should have told me!
Guilty.
We want the case to end!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
I was thinking of the stabbing, but I thought that would be too obvious. Okay, we're not that far. No, it didn't make sense at all. You're right. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we could be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Assman didn't die in the fall. I think we're in this case secretly trying to play all stupid. I always feel stupid playing Ace Attorney. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came round, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. The start of Inosuke's statement, the answer is very simple. Mr. Odi Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain. Nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Order. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him? You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're so desperate now. You're making all this up, as if I would do something like that. I assure you the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Huh, logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I'd have thought it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder, but there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Welcome to Ace Attorney. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection!
The contract! No, when you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. We saw it yesterday, didn't we? Did we? Oh yeah, we did. Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect it at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Asman. The screwdriver, the scalpels, or the iron mask? You know what I think? I think it might be the iron mask. It's the iron mask because Asman drawn the iron mask on the victim, on the professor. What's the scalpels related to this case? At some point in the investigation. At some point in the investigation, we found 500 scalpels in her office. I don't know why. No, I don't know how it's related to Mr. Asman. I'm going to try the iron mask. It's the iron mask. Okay, no, it's not the iron mask. Forgive the interruption, Dr. Scythe, but what my colleague meant to say was scalpels. Perhaps that makes a little more sense to you. It is scalpels? Why? Ah, of course. Well, at least the satyr is there to save the day. Did you say scalpels? Why scalpels? It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. Really? Why? Come on, out with it. Yeah, but so does scalpels. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of the forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... Well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Yeah, we don't know why though. 500 scalpels a month? Had to do with the case. I don't know. I played this game and I don't know how scalpels relates to the case. At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensics investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. How are we gonna know that? How are we supposed to know that? 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information related to Dr. Scythe's darkest secrets that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. I miss that. What? This is a lot. This is too much. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean? I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. This feels like the last case. This has last case feels. So in the end, you weren't cursed at all, were you? Well, that's what I said! I said she wasn't cursed, and that wasn't right. I fucking hate this quest. This quest sucks. This case sucks. Not quest, case. You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. The judge is not a happy bunny. As very little of the machine remains after it is ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for, to sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. Sasato should do Uru to help convince him. I think she's too elegant for that. They go on and on about their wonderful hypotheses, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? Is Professor Mikotoba still alive, by the way? He is. In fact, he wasn't even ill. Was he? Yeah, I don't think he was ill. And even if he wasn't ill for very long. He was very much still alive. So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. I hope this will end soon, because I definitely need to go get ready for boxing and fitness tonight. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. And I need to leave work. Yeah, that's a problem with Ace Attorney. there's always twists that makes the game longer than it should. The condemned convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened, even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abducted that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asmund turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course, he just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learnt that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer. Hopefully that's the end of that. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? No. Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypotheses, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. The witch's name is Esmeralda? Yes? Yeah, Esmeralda Tusbells. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. It's a lovely name, Esmeralda. I do love the name. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody, my lord. Doesn't she have a daughter? I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain. No, not the witch, the coroner. No, the witch doesn't have a daughter, the coroner does. Or at least a girl who calls her mama. Also, there are people who are 26 and under and has children. It's not uncommon. My mom had me at the age of 26. I think Oh, I'm sorry, Calico. I'll do get home safe, lovely. Don't worry, it's not guilty. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial. You could say that again. But I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. See you later, Calico. Hopefully to see you soon. Do take care, lovely. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor. I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research, misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. Go, Fanseeks. Huh? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Oh, Lord Fanseeks! And the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. Well, the professor is his uni friend after all, so yes. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Go, Lord Fanseeks. Thank you, Barrack. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. It is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections. None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? Ease on, easy. It's all over? Why are you here? I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Var.
Oh, I see.
You see, I've unpacked all the crisps and put them in one bag.
I see you unpacked all your things.
Court is adjourned. Finally.
Yay! Did you win?
A win.
Yeah.
It was hard.
You know what else? Love you, son.
I love you too. It's over. That was some trial. The worst trial. 24th of October, 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is, it is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. That was exhausting. That was insane. Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in the bad situation. Ah, why You know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you, every penny. Aw, well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so... We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this as a memento? The paper about my hypotheses is inside. Well, just as I'm memento then. Thank you. Aw, he's cute. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my. Yes. What am I going to do? My hypotheses and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me. Oh, he's still optimistic. I can't allow that. Sparrock! Lord Van Zees, what are you doing in here? Back! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. That was insanity of another level, it really was. How much does Ryunosuke get paid anyways? It never said. They never said, actually. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I knew Van Zeeks recommended him to the professor. I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. Aww. But no, hold on a minute, Barrack. Van Zeek's retiring from prosecutor? No. He's not retiring. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Ugh. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrack. Lord Van Zeeks. What's all this about? It's about the Reaper, isn't it? A necessary precaution. He's not being mean, he's being cautious. I know what he's doing. He's tried to protect Albert from the Reaper. Yes, I think I understand. Yeah, I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. So every time somebody, like the defendant, is become not guilty, they end up being dead or be in a horrible situation, known as the Reaper. People thought that Van Zeeks is the Reaper, but it turned out to not be true. So when McGilded became not guilty, he was trapped in the omnibus and being burnt alive in there. So that's why Van Zeeks is asking, how's Natsume doing? And try to get Albert to get to Germany as quickly as possible. So that is why. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. Ah, you mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. Oh yeah! Gina is still alive. But she's an inspector now, true, and perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Aww. Oh, good old Van Zeeks. Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Oh, right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? No, McGilda died. Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet... sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. He's a very complex character, and you know what? I'm all for it. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Ah, yes, all right. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. Right, I definitely need to pee. I will be right back. Sorry, I knew we near the end, but I was just really desperate. The enigma, Barak von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. "24th of October, 4:58 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom." I wonder what this is about. Okay. So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice. Yes. I think so. Oh, this might be about the apprentice. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. We have been wondering about that, yes. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being... Oh, God. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways. So I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. Oh, if it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Ah, of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father? He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The professor. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? No. It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions, which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up at war. Wait, is the professor Japanese? What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say the professor was... Oh shit.
When the trial reached its conclusion,
Ooh.
I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster.
Hideous monster. The Professor! The Professor! The killer 10 years ago! Oh my god, we get to see him. We finally get to see the face.
I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh, we get to see it.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind.
Wait, who is it?
The
Do we
mass
get...
murderer whose crimes shook Britain as never before.
Do we know who this is?
Was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face.
Oh, she
I
recognized...
feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Hello?
Father.
No, that's not Kazum. Is that Kazuma? No, that's not Kazuma. Is it? I don't know.
What? Father?
It definitely does sound like him. The hair is throwing me off.
Kazuma!
It's Kazuma!
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Then whose body did you see in the boat?
As he stood there before me. Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Poor Van Seats. Probably wondering what the hell is... I don't know. I don't know why he became a prosecutor. I thought he's still dead.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Kazuma, you got a lot of explaining to do.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too. For taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh.
Oh, the sword.
Karuma. The great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations.
Oh, we've heard his voice before. Yeah, they do show like clips. They do show like film clips before where we hear people's voices.
When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
Yeah, me and my boyfriend booked a trip to Japan for May, so we're very excited. With a couple of friends, we are super duper excited.
At last. Father.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
You have some explaining to do to the witch.
Kazuma-sama.
Where's Lord Van Zeeks? Where is he in all this? Is he watching this whole
Ryunosuke.
thing?
We have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
Hey.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Who's the Reaper, though? We don't know. People first thought it's Lord Van Zeeks. Then they say his brother came back from the dead and saying that he's a Reaper. But in actuality, we don't know. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? After image? Is that what you call children? Yes, Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there, some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice, and when he was suffering amnesia too? Lord Strongheart is a... Lord Strongheart is a little bit of a sick bastard, isn't he? The man was apprehended, even executed, but his legacy just won't die. Shell's Reality! Hello! We are just finishing up the case. Thank you ever so much for the... Thank you ever so much for the raid. I much appreciate it. Let me give you a shout out on both accounts. How are you doing, lovely? How was your stream?
Xiao's reality cheered. X100. Yay.
Oh no, you don't have to cheer, lovely. Thank you. Thank you ever so much for the 100 bits cheer. I much appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you ever so much. How are you doing? How is Hogwarts Legacy? How is your stream? Oh, it's so long. It's so exhausting. So many twists and stuff. And we're just going through the cutscene at the moment. So yeah, we're going through that. Yeah, you got the room of requirements. Yay! Oh, it's so good. Have you designed it yet? Have you got the beast location? Ah, it's so good. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Just got it, and now I got to go get some groceries. I got to get ready for boxing and fitness. So hopefully this will end pretty soon. 10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. But yeah, oh, that's so awesome. Oh, we got to share pics of what our room of requirements look like. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Poor Susato-san. Oh, and Charles, thank you so much for the lurk, lovely. I much appreciate it. All this is tied up with painful memories for her too. Also, again, thank you so much for the raid and for the 100-bit cheer, lovely. I much appreciate it. Everyone, do check out Xiao's reality. She's currently playing Hogwarts Legacy, but she also streams 7 Days to Die, Conan Exile, some chill games as well, and absolutely a lovely streamer. So do check her out. She's a good relaxing streamer to watch. She's never talked about this with me before though. Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself to the Raiders. Hello Raiders. My name is Lily Tiger. I am a variety streamer. We are just at the end of the Great Ace Attorney case. But I also stream Disney Dreamlight Valley, The Witcher, and occasionally Sims 1. So hello, welcome, Raiders. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father. So he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I started to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Asogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion, I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Wait, is this the end of the game? Yes, we definitely need to save. Jesus. Oh, no. Right, there's case 4 now, which I'm very scared to do. Twisted Karma and his last bow. Right, I am going to leave it here. I am so sorry, Raiders, but I'm just about to end the stream. Thank you ever so much for popping by and say hi though. I much appreciate it. But don't worry, I will be back tomorrow afternoon. But this time I shall be streaming Disney Dreamlight Valley, where we get to know Olaf and Mirabelle a bit more. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you. While you guys are here, I shall send you over to somebody. Let's see who's to raid. So normally the second last cases don't go this deep. Yeah, I was gonna say it went so deep for like the middle. For the middle case, it was very, very odd. But yeah, I think we got 2 more cases to go. I'm sure. I don't know. Let's see who is up and about. I definitely need to go very quickly. But I'm glad to be able to finish the case. I'm exhausted. Me too. I'm also exhausted. Jesus. Let's go to somewhere like very, very chill. And one of my favorite streamers is currently streaming, Wade Lady, who is currently streaming Stardew Valley. Yeah, so do give her all the love in the world. And yeah, I am definitely going to close this. So yeah, thank you again. Thank you so much for joining me in my stream. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. And yeah, as I said, I shall be streaming Disney Dreamlight Valley tomorrow. So if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I do greatly appreciate you. And anyway, guys, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I shall see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.